Hello, welcome back. I've had my dinner, and we are back with what might be the last Simracing noob stream in this series, I guess. I did notice that I thought there were 12 rounds in Season 12. There are 10 rounds in Season 12. So we may be watching rounds 7 to 10 tonight. Which I believe are 2 of the original tracks and 2 of the add-on tracks. And I took part in them. This is one of the first seasons I think I can remember that I have all the replays of, that I took part in every single race. So we watched Silverstone, Nordschleife, Mosport, Monza, Watkins Glen and Mexico over the last 2 streams. We've got Kyle Army, Monaco, Zeltweg, and Albi to finish off. Now, Zeltweg, I believe, is classed as the Österreich ring, which is the older version of the Red Bull ring. So, yeah, we are coming to a close. So, as I said in previous streams, this is just looking back at some of the races that I did when I first started sim racing back in the year 2000. We have gone through in season 3 in a league called UKGPL. Season 3, I started in Division 5, and as luck or performance would have it, in season 12, which is now in the year 2006, is I'm now in Division 1. So story so far is basically I finished a couple of good races in this season. I've actually had 1 win. Mosport, I actually was able to claim a win. It doesn't happen very often, so I was quite chuffed with that, looking back. Now, as this is obviously back in 2006, this is 19 years ago. I don't necessarily know what some of these races contain. I'm sometimes watching it with fresh eyes, as will you. There are certain things I remember about these seasons, like certain rivalries I had with certain drivers and maybe certain incidents and things like that. And I always thought that season 12, from memory, because obviously this is 19 years ago, from memory, I thought that it kind of went out with a little bit of a bang because of some of the things that were happening around in the background. Obviously, I'm not able to tell for sure because we're only looking at it from the race performances, what happened. I do remember that there were a few times in the last season where I wasn't pleased, and this ended up being my last season with UKGPL. Good evening, Benjamin. Well timed. We were just about to start. So yeah. From memory, I believe that this season, there were reasons why I stopped, and I went off to do other things. Also at this time, because I've looked back at what was happening around this time. Now, in 2006, we were kind of a little bit spoilt for choice. So I'd already been racing in some NASCAR leagues up to this point. I think I started in 2004, 2005. I stopped around 2007, I think. So I was doing that at the same time I was doing this. 2006 was obviously the time R Factor was already released, so I was doing league racing with that. And also, you had GTR, you had what was the other things that got released? Race 07 was about to be released. So there was so much sim racing to do to spread your time in between. So it became very, very difficult. But I will go through that after we've finished what will be round 10. So Kyle Army. Now I always preface Kyle Army with I never normally go well at Kyalami at all in the races that we've done here. It hasn't always been every season that we've done Kyalami, but it always seems to be a case of that I will make a mistake and drop myself back. Now, I'm normally going to be taking the Ferrari every single round, so I have to overcome a pit stop deficit because it's a fast car which needs quite a hefty pit stop to be taken, about 20 to 25 seconds or so. So we'll just have to see where the final time, because obviously this is going to be the final ever time that I even did any races in Grand Prix Legends. I think I might have taken part in some other leagues in Grand Prix Legends, but I don't have all the replays and dates for those. So, we're starting quite far back. But we are in the Ferrari. That's our chosen car. Let's see if we can get some cars to appear so we can see who we're racing against. Hopefully hopefully the volume is okay. I think I've got all of my titles correct. Let me just double check. Okay, right, I've got all of that. Right, let's see who we've got up front here. So this is probably going to have about 3 or 4 cars up here. We've got Ralph Mafe, a driver that we've had quite a lot of battles with throughout the seasons. He's in a Ferrari. We've then got S. Drake. I think that might be Steve Drake. I can't remember. In a Ferrari. You've got Clive Loynes, the thorn is in our side in most of these races. Is in a Brabham, so he's going to be pitting for less than us. Paul McCluskey is normally in a Ferrari. He's this time in a Brabham, so he's going to be pitting at less. It's Sid Drake, okay, not Steve Drake. And then I am behind Paul McCluskey. In fact, at Monza, we had a bit of a coming together with Paul McCluskey, but it was deemed a racing incident, so that was good. And then we got Rick Bryant, who's normally in a Cooper or a BRM or something. He's normally beating me with some kind of pit strategy. So he's now in a Ferrari. And then we've got Derek Howe in a BRM. So he's probably not going to be pitting at all. He's just going to end up going to the front. I have a certain disdain for the BRM drivers. But here we go. Let's see what kind of start I make. Blocked down a little. Oh, Ferrari's got a bit of a tank slapper. He was able to avoid everybody. And I was able to get away in, this is probably going to be 10th place. So we don't see all of the cars because of the netcode. So it's a Ferrari fest at the moment. I don't know if we're going to be going around the outside of someone there. No. Ooh, that was a bit aggressive. Right across my nose. So who are we facing? So S. Drake is in that Ferrari ahead of us. Oh, there's a Ferrari off. We're going to overtake him. So I think that was Kev Williams that had an off. So quite far up the grid. It's dropped him down. He's usually quite quick, so... Look at how many Ferraris there are this race. Unheard of. So we do really need to stay on terms with these cars ahead. Otherwise, you lose draft, you drop back. So fastest lap time is a 1:27.3. I've just done a 1:30. So obviously the person that's done the 127 is going to be in a Lotus, because I know the driver that's done it, and they took a Lotus every single time. The cheating bastard. Lotus drives the cheaters. Oh, well, the Brabham's off. Can we take advantage? This is very, very, very tight. I didn't quite get over the top of him. Oh, what in the hell was that? Where did he come from? He just came around the corner and just completely rear-ended me. So this is Kev Williams trying to make up time here. What happened? So he sees me go on the grass. So he's coming through this corner. He's thinking, oh, there's a car in the way. Shall I just go through the car in front? What? Press the brake. The track is blocked. Am I going to get blamed for that, for coming back on the track? Or are they going to whop a penalty for that? Because he literally just... I don't know what the throttle traces or anything are. But coming in like a bull in a china shop and just completely putting me in orbit. So we're going to have to see what the moderators say about that. So it's not a good start, is it? Do I land on my wheels at least? I do. God, that BRM was lucky. Just gained control of it. I was up to 9th. I don't know where I've dropped down to. But Kev Williams is behind me again. So somehow I did a somersault in the air, landed, and still ended up in front of the... He's chasing back wheels, isn't he? You can sometimes see certain drivers that you know they're going to cause an accident just by the way they're acting. Right, so we're going to pass that car down the straight. So we're up to 13th. I'm not letting Kev Williams have the inside there. He's done it again! He's done it again! Or if I hit the curb there. I might have hit the curb under pressure. That might be my mistake, because I'm not seeing a... Yeah, I over-rotated. Ah. Bloody Kyle Army. So we're down to 15th, I think. I told you Kyle Army never goes well. But far too aggressive in the first 2 or 3 laps. They'd already been off, so they'd been off from quite high up the grid, and they were trying to get back through the field. And they ended up taking me out. Time for a storming drive through the field. Well, I mean, you would think that Kev Williams has to take a drive-through. Because he punted me off. Nope, no hint of a drive-through. At least not in the next lap anyway. So yeah, I hate those type of drivers. I really do. They make their problem your problem. Just because of their lack of skills in racecraft. So we're 14th. We've got to try and make our way back through the field on a circuit that is very, very quick. And I'm going to be heavily penalised for being in what will be a quick car. So it'd be nice to get a clean lap in, I suppose. Right, so we're chasing a BRM, is Derek Howe. So I think Derek Howe was one of the ones that only just missed a flipping Ferrari. Literally flipping Ferrari. We're going to pass him again. We've already passed him once. We're going to pass him again. So that we don't lock up our tyres and spin it around. Right, next BRM we've got on in our sights is Steve Smith, I believe. So now that I've got some clean track ahead of me, I just did a 121.7. Fastest lap time is a 120.4, so I'm about a second and a half off the pace of the leaders anyway. So, shame. Shame. I mean, I don't know if it was a rule about, look, if you punt someone off, you take a stop and go. Maybe I'm mixing that up rules with the current leagues that I race with. It was definitely a rule that if you take a shift R, so if you reset your car through an accident that you either caused or you did it on your own, then you take a stop and go after that. If you had an accident that resulted in you having to take a shift R, so imagine you ended up upside down or it broke a wheel off or something, you don't need to take a stop and go for that. It's only going to be a matter of time before I pass this BRM. They seem very, very slow around here. So we've got, I believe that's, if I'm reading that right, that's 37 laps? Or is that 27 laps? That might be 37 laps. So I'm guessing it's quite a short lap, so. But I'm driving very conservatively, considering the crimes that were committed against me in the first couple of laps. I mean, we've not got... The last 3 rounds of this championship are not really that great. But there's going to be one that I've not actually driven. You drove up at the back of that BRM then. Did I solve the murder? I did! I did solve the murder. Well, kind of. Not everyone got out of it alive. Let's just put it that way. It was based on like a film noir type thing, so those are always... There's never any happy endings, let's just put it that way. Whilst I was eating dinner, I looked up some of the what you might call the multiple endings, but they weren't really multiple endings per se, but things you did during the game had a reflection on what happened at the ending. They didn't differ all that much. I'm kind of glad that I didn't replay the game just to see what they were, because it wasn't that much. So we're now up to 13th. We did start in 9th. But it may be one of those very, very lonely races where I'm just languishing at the back for a little while. So, who's next on our list? We're up to 12th now. Kev Williams is the next Ferrari. They're doing 120s. I'm in the 121s and 22s, so we're not going to be catching them. So this looked like it could be a very, very boring Kyalami or South African Grand Prix. Now the pit stops sometimes spice things up a little bit. So there's going to be 2 pit stops in this race. I'm assuming that because I'm in the Ferrari, I'm going to have to put pit for like between 20 or 25 seconds at a time. But it's been good looking back at Grand Prix Legends. I admit I replied to someone posting on Blue Sky about classic games, because they were Tim Wheatley from Racing Central likes to post nostalgic stuff, videos of trailers of older games or older sim racing games, and they posted something about Grand Prix Legends, and in the replies it said people should be using sim racing games to archive this old stuff. And I basically replied, I've been saying that for the last 10 years. Sim racing has a great opportunity to put down in simulation form things that may be undrivable at a certain point. And I mean, because sim racing is definitely not mainstream, but it's got some appeal to a younger audience. I don't know if it will ever appeal to that kind of young audience. They're just interested in the series that they can see on TV. But there's obviously a series that I still look back at, mainly because of Grand Prix Legends, I think. I don't think I would have been interested in 60s F1 if I hadn't played this game. But I got a keen interest in anything pre-war. The Grand Prix stuff. I like 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. 90s is when it got a bit boring for me, even though that's when I started watching Formula 1. But I knew no different now that I've kind of looked back and seen the stuff. And I'm currently rewatching the what am I up to? 1986. So I've tried to find as much footage as I can. So it's cool. I would imagine anyone going to something like Goodwood would really get into classics, especially kids, and always makes an impression. Well, true, that is true. The fact that they have such things like the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and I've been 3 times, really gets, well, shows the younger generation or people that haven't seen the cars in motion, or even they've only seen pictures of them, but to see and hear them gives you a completely new perspective. So that's always good. Oh, there goes the engine. There goes the engine. So it's going from bad to worse. So I've got Shift R. So that was probably due to me getting hit up the rear earlier on the Grand Prix. So to make matters worse, I've got to take and stop and go. After this, I'm going to end up last. I'm going to end up last. So my last Grand Prix at Kyalami, as expected, is going to be bad. Now, when we looked through season 11, I wasn't best pleased, and I probably wasn't. I was probably even more narked at the time. The moderation of season 11 was, it apparently existed, but nothing got ruled on in any form. It seemed like the moderator only moderated when they were called to do something rather than looking through races. And there was a particular instance, and I think it was last season at Kyle Army, where there was some blatant cheating going on. Because there was one driver that didn't have they had installed a patch on their version of the track, which meant that it removed the pit wall. So at the start, they were able to clip through the pit wall and go 3 or 4 wide to overtake a few people. That wasn't looked at. So I was a bit miffed about that, and plus some of the races with incidents and things like that were not looked at all. So, but it's amazing that I kind of came out of that season, ended a year in 2005, and then started this season 2006. And I don't know whether at the start of this season I said this was my last season, or whether the events of this season kind of just said, right, I've had enough, I'm moving on to other things. Because obviously had games that were, I suppose, appealing a bit more. We've just, R Factor probably felt a lot better than Grand Prix Legends. It actually had force feedback, things like that. So there were a lot of games in 2006 to keep my attention, and beyond, of course, because I'm still here. So we've even got passed by, that can't be the leader. No, that's Paul McCluskey. What's Paul McCluskey doing back here? I'm now in 14th, so I don't know how... Well, that's Clive Law, he's done his pit stop. So what's he doing back here as well? He stopped from 10th place, and then I've somehow still got to fit in 2 pit stops. Now, I normally split the race into 3. So I'm going to say there's 36 laps, which probably means there's stopping lap 12. Well, it's already lap 13. So am I going to just say, well, just pit as late as possible twice? Don't know. But looking back, there has been a couple of positives. I know that I'm kind of a bit of a negative Nancy about this last section, but there has been a few positives where I've actually looked at my driving and said, I did really, really well. Particularly Mosport, I drove like an absolute monster. And there's been one other race this season where I've looked at it and went, yeah, I'm actually quite impressed. And I can definitely see where my driving is improved. Before, I would probably be a bit more erratic. I would make lots of mistakes, put under pressure. But it seems that I've learned a little in these, 6 years? Because this was obviously my first foray into online racing in general, because it was in its infancy. Even when Grand Prix Legends came out, there wasn't really there wasn't a big online thing. It took about a year or so for people to bring out third-party utilities which made it possible to join a public lobby. Because before it was, you were either joining a local area network race, I don't know how you joined online stuff back then. But in some ways, I kind of pride myself on the fact that I tend to enjoy I tend to like being a thinking man's racer. I'm not quick by any means. But I tend to use my brain a lot more. I don't, and maybe in some ways it works against me. I don't tend to. I'm not really too aggressive. I tend to just think of the bigger picture. It's not to say that if someone came up behind me that I wouldn't defend my position. But I tend to think about it a lot more. Car placement for me is paramount. And I've got into trouble a few times because I've frustrated a few drivers because I've completely outraced them because I've thought about where I'm placing my car, and it makes them feel uncomfortable. And I like that. Right, first pit stop on lap 15. It's a horrible pit entry. Right, so we're pitting at 22:18. And I still haven't stopped revving my engine throughout all of these seasons. Right, so 22:35 I left. So how long's that? 22:18 to 22:35. That's about 18 seconds-ish. Have I got that right? No, I can't do maths. Well, it says I'm 14th again. Whoopee! Great. Let's take a lap on board. But our next... I thought this is bad. You just wait till next round, because it's going to be Monaco. Great. Monaco's always gone well. But I don't think I did too badly in the last round of Monaco. I'll have to look up the Season 11 results. But Season 11's I think Monaco was in Season 11. From what I remember, it was like... I remember spinning at a chicane. I think I remember getting hit up the arse. I can see a car! I brake way later than that dark patch on the ground. Now that Lotus there, that might be a Lotus from the front. In fact, that is the pole man. So his pit stop has taken him all the way down the field. Unless I've been lapped. It says 4th on the thing there. So has he come all the way from 4th back to where I am? Because he would have been doing like a 35-second pit stop, something stupid. But as far as I'm concerned, anyone that takes the Lotus is a big fat cheater. It's too quick. So my best lap is a 1:21.7. The last lap was a 1:46.0. So I lost... Whoa! I lost 25 seconds in the pit stop. But I haven't got anything for that Lotus ahead. It's about 3 seconds a lap. Or 2 seconds a lap faster than me. So the dark lines on the track don't really represent the braking points. Or at least for this car anyway. I know that I would have been able to brake a lot later in the Cooper. Lap 18 of 37. I did actually think of doing some of these older Grand Prix. Because we've got the majority of the 60s tracks and the 60s cars. But I don't really find it fun racing against AI anymore. I did have the idea to kind of make the cars match the names of the people that I drove against, but I just thought that the effort that it would take to actually try and mod that in, I don't think I'd get much enjoyment out of it. Saying I'm not really racing online a lot at the moment anyway, because the last couple of series I wasn't really interested in racing at Simracing Online for what they had planned, nor Champion Motorsports either. I didn't have anything that I was interested in racing because they're busy with their Group C stuff. Actually, I don't know if they've actually started. I know that they were doing some test races, but I don't know if the season's actually started yet. And they have Simracing Online that are doing their IndyCar, which my teammate Ben is racing in. But then I'm doing the broadcast of the Porsche 963. Is it 963? What was that? That looked like I went straight down to neutral. That's not going to do the gearbox any good, is it? That was very weird. Why would I go down to neutral from about 5th gear? It's Martin Gilmore coming up to lap me in 2nd. That's Kevin Clark in 3rd. So I'm getting lapped. I'm getting lapped. How depressing. Up to 12th. We're past 3rd distance. Now let's see how I react to blue flags. Only one. Now I did end up being quite good friends with a few of the people that I raced with back then. I still know some of them to this day. There are some that I definitely wouldn't want to be friends with. It looks like I've completely given up by the way I'm pulling over. I just want this to be over. Whoopsie daisy. I didn't do anything there. He spun all on his own. That was 3rd place. Spinning out of 3rd place. So the fastest lap of the race is a 1:19.9. I haven't been able to beat my 1:21.7 yet. I mean, it doesn't look like I'm slowing down. You still see I'm kind of hacksawing at the wheel, but I'm not. It's just the way that I pulled over for those blue flags. Coming in for a second pit stop. Stopped at 31:09. I don't think those people textures are to scale, you know. I think they're wrong. Right, that's a 1:44, so I lost 23 seconds in the pits. And I can't remember whether scoring only goes down to 10th place or not. It might do. But from what I remember, reading the rules at the start, you have 2 dropped scores. But there was one other race in season 12 where I was plumb last, I think. Was it the Nordschleife? It probably was the Nordschleife. Right, am I coming up to be lapped? Oh, that's 5th place coming in for their second pit stop. Well, I'm guessing it's their second pit stop. Lap 23 of 37. I remember I did do a little bit of R-Factor league racing after this. I've been meaning to sit down and go through some of my archive discs and see if I can find all of the replays. I did found a spreadsheet that I made when I was trying to get my R-Factor install to play the replays, because R-Factor, the replay system was always a bit shaky. I kind of preferred the Papyrus replay system, which is rolled over to the iRacing replay system. It always seemed very stable to me, and particularly with the Grand Prix Legends replay system and the NASCAR 2003 replay system. If you didn't have a track, it would just leave it blank, so you wouldn't be able to run it at all. R-Factor was a little different. So I wonder whether maybe they thought that there would be mods for those games, and made it so that replays would blank out the name of the track if it wasn't present in the install. Someone thought ahead, perhaps. But we will be doing the Österreich Ring, which is always a good track to race on. That'll be round 9, and then round 10 will be Albi. I don't ever remember racing on Albi, and that will be the last round. Round 10, so we'll have to see whether we went out with a bang or not. Lap 25. 12 laps left. Still 12th. So, who have we got in front? So, we got Kev Williams. He's made his way up to 4th place after all that. And Kevin Clark. So, I've been lapped by the person that rear-ended me at the start of the race. I mean, the moderator for Season 12 has been pretty good at picking up some of the incidents. I can't remember what the reporting thing was like, whether you actually had to physically report an incident for it to get looked at. And I don't know whether I would have. Would I have felt so incensed by being literally flipped over and nearly landing on my head by one of the drivers? I remember in one of the seasons I had a lap 1 incident and I got docked 5 places for just rear-ending someone on the first lap. And there was, I think, as part of me that was like the moderation for this league, because the moderator changed every single time. Sometimes it didn't seem to have any consistency between the decisions. There will be people that would be really, really strict, which would dock places for just kind of minor little incidents, and there'd be others that would just say, oh, you nudged each other and you both span round, oh, that's just a racing incident, you know. Oopsie daisy. That's Kevin Clark spinning again. I bet I was probably glad to see the back of Kyle Lummy. It's just weird that it was always a bogey circuit. I think there was once where I started off really well and I was up to about 4th place or something. I just either kept spinning or something. It kept knocking me down the order and I kept making up places again, and then I spun again, and just... Obviously the races back then were like 30 or so minutes, 35. But the races that we've done over the last 2 seasons have been 50 minutes long. So it's a bit of endurance as well. Oh, that's right, Watkins Glen we've done this season, which I felt that I'd always gone well at, but it just turned out to be one mistake after another. Depending on how far you get with these Grand Prix, I'll have to see if I've actually got time and energy to show you the last part. Oh. How did you crop something? I forgot. I'm trying to crop something in OBS, but... Usually Usually hold Alt, don't you? Whew. Let's take a lap and see what I'm driving like. I'm down to the 120. I'm not slowing down because I've just done my fastest lap of the race, so I've certainly got a bee in my bonnet about something. And obviously, you remember back then, there wasn't really things like relative things to show you what was going on in the rest of the race. So you just had to go as fast as you could for as long as you could. You might be out with a couple of like on-screen utilities. You may have been able to see your current lap times and things, but to see positioning, all you had was your pit stop, your pit board every lap. That was my fastest lap of the race, 21.3. So what? Why have I suddenly got a fire underneath myself? Because I'm nowhere near anybody. Odd. Maybe I've just gone into screw it mode and just go as fast as possible for as long as possible. I don't know. But I'm nowhere near anybody. We'll see on the standing sheet how far I am away from 11th place. If I look behind me, that's probably still a lapping car in third. So I guess I've decided to pull my finger out in the last third of the race. Weird. Now I did read somewhere when someone was modding in a track. I think it was the modern version of Kyalami. I think they were saying, well, basically no one's got it right. No one's got the elevations correct up to this point. And I mean, we don't really know if Papyrus, the people that made this track, got it correct either. We just know that it was good to race on, whether it was completely accurate or not. Who knows? Can't really get laser scan data from a track that doesn't exist now. In this form, anyway. There's only a few corners that exist in the new circuit from the old one, I believe. But the rest of it's completely new. Because they continue using the circuit up until the early 80s. Until I think the circuit ran out of money. Because I remember there being a race when all Nelson Piquet had to do was finish in a certain place, and he only just finished in the right place, I think, to win the championship. I am pushing on. Fastest lap nearly every lap. But still not quick enough for the lapping car behind. They're probably in the 120s and I can't even get there at all. It's sometimes very depressing when you feel like you're going as fast as you can and then you're just passed like it was nothing by the car behind. Coming up to start our 33rd lap of 37. So the guy behind me, Kevin Clark, he used to make some very good Grand Prix Legends videos. I hear a car. It may have just spun. I might be up a place. Blue flags. How am I going to let Kevin by this time? Looks like I'm not going to be as kind. I'm just going to stick to my line. No pulling off the circuit this time. If you're going to pass me, you're going to pass me. Right, that's a signal to say go past on the outside. There we go. The only thing you could have done back then, you obviously take note of the flag signals, which it's a lost art nowadays. Take note of the flag signals, and if you see a car behind and you remember the driver and what car they were driving, if you notice that it's not the car you're thinking of, then you're being lapped. But I mean, you would see the blue flag anyway. But sometimes around the pit stop time, you could be inadvertently in front of cars that you've lapped because they've been into the pits. So if you look at your pit board and you see that it's saying plus 5 seconds or plus 10 seconds or something, and then the car behind is only a couple of seconds back, and you can bet that it's not on the same lap as you. So yep, we did pass someone up to 11th place. The car ahead is not really not a threat. They're a lap ahead. So I would know that the car behind is lapping me, but I wouldn't necessarily know who they were. I think generally a lot of people would stick to the same helmet colour sometimes. But that would be very, very difficult to see. So I wouldn't necessarily know that that's Kev Williams coming up to lap me. I would just know that it's a Ferrari coming up to lap me. Now, do I hold a grudge? We'll see. We will see. Right, we're coming up to start our 36th lap. It's our penultimate lap. But it's a good skill to have to learn car body language, because it can tell you a lot about a driver and what they're going to do or not going to do. It can help you when you're racing people that you don't really know. But being brought up on this, well, can you say being brought up on it? I'm not really brought up on it, but you kind of know what I mean. Playing this... Oh dear, he's spun. That's a shame. I don't know how I avoided it, but I somehow did. Of course, I'm a lap behind. So... there you go. 37. Oh, right. Let's see what the moderators have to say about that race. Hopefully something. Hopefully. I'm going to be a bit pissed if they don't. 19 years later, I'm going to be pissed. Right, okay. Okay, so season so far, 4th place at Silverstone. 8th place at Nordschleife. That was a real disaster. We won at Mosport. We got a 6th place at Monza. We started 12th. Watkins Glen, we came 10th. We started 7th. Bit of a nightmare for Watkins Glen. Mexico City, we started 8th, ended up 2nd. That was probably one of my best rounds, I think. That was a good round. And then Kyle Army. So, Ian Bias Pollock won that one. Martin Gilmore came at 2nd. Kevin Clark came at 3rd. So, who started on pole? It was Glynn in the Lotus. He was the fastest car on the circuit in the race and in qualifying, but didn't manage to win. Again, look, it was a BRM that won, but they started in 3rd place. So Kevin does get a penalty. Penalty points. So what is the... I'm seeing something on the tooltip there. D equals 5... /15 /20. That means 20 points, I think. But what does T equals 4 /26? Dunno. So I ended up 9th after all that. So where did I get that extra play? Oh, post-race penalties. So started 11th, ended up the start. I still gained places. But let's see what the moderator has to say. Kev Williams and Neil Wood. Lap 2, turn 3. Neil Wood overtakes Paul McCluskey on the outside of turn 3, but he runs wide, which compromises his exit speed. Kevin takes turn 3 at his normal speed, but is caught out by Neil's slow exit and he rear-ends him. It could be argued that Kevin should have slowed down. Fuck yes! But the incident wouldn't have happened if Neil hadn't Talk about blaming the victim. Kevin showed good etiquette for waiting for Neil to rejoin. Racing incident. I got a penalty at the start of a race, rear-ending somebody, and got docked like 3 or 4 places. That's deemed a racing incident. So you see how I might be a bit miffed? Because I'm miffed now. I would have been maybe miffed a bit more back then. I don't see any more. There's lots of incidents. Several drivers fail to stop in their pit stalls during pit stops. Although it's not mandated to stop in your own stall, drivers must stop in the stalls to ensure they don't block a pit lane or gain an unfair advantage by saving time by stopping in the correct place. Well, there you go. I'm annoyed now. Right, so the next round in Monaco is the 6th of August. The 6th of August. I mean, logic just doesn't... No, I'm just not going to go there. It just doesn't make sense to me. That you blame a car making a mistake, but not the person that went who had all the vision in the world. They could see a car on the left, a car on the right, but they still proceeded to go it like a bull in a china shop. So it wasn't them taking enough care. They should see that the track is blocked, and they should see the cars slowing a little bit, so they should probably do the same. Not full throttle it and hope that the tides part when they get there. Yeah, don't worry. Monaco's next. How worse can it be? Right, I don't know why the titles thing is not cropping how I would like it to. Let's see if I can actually crop it. Where are we? Because the way that I've cropped the thing, it's not cropping. The title has disappeared. Edit transform. I'm gonna have to get my other keyboard out for this. 0. Right, we're gonna have to crop it via filter, I think. Crop. Bottom. 200. That's better. There we go. Titles are working correctly. So, no matter how far big the file is, it should crop it right. Okay. Yeah, so Monaco next. What's the worst that can happen? It's Monaco. So this is the last race of the conventional tracks. We then move to two add-on tracks. Now, I did have a good race around here with Ben one season. I think Ben did end up actually stacking it into a barrier, unfortunately, though. Let's see if I fall foul of the chicane. That's always been a curse. There was a very handsome chap that got pole here once. Was it you, Ben? Was it you? I mean, you were really surprised that you did get pole. There you go. Right. All of the cars haven't appeared, unfortunately. So we've got a Lotus, I think that must be second on the grid. So Neil Stratton is in a Lotus again. You don't remember it well. It was 19 years ago. Martin Gilmore is probably 1, 2, 3, 4. It's in a Ferrari. Then we got Sid Drake in a Cooper, so he's going to be a thorn in everybody's side if we can't get past him. He's going to gain some in the pit stops. There's me behind in a Ferrari. And then we've got Paul McCluskey in a Cooper. He's going to make up some places in a Cooper. Then we've got Ralph Mafe in a Brabham, who's probably going to pass him through the pit stops. And then Mick Chapman back here. Mike Chapman, Mick Chapman. Don't know. Right. What's the worst that can happen? Good start. Good start. Don't squeeze me to the barrier. Right, we've started the race in 4th place. So I'm guessing someone must have got disconnected. So they definitely didn't make up any places. So one of the drivers ahead is a Lotus, so he's going to be doing a really big pit stop. And you got a Ferrari who's going to be doing the same pit stop as me. And then you got this Cooper that's, if we can't get past it, we're screwed. So we don't really want to let anyone else by. Oh! Oh! Someone got rear-ended at the hairpin. Could this be one of my better Monacos? I think I did get caught up in someone else's accident last time. They screwed it through the chicane. But this may be a very eventful 30 laps at Monaco. Oh! Hit the apex. I'm surprised I'm 4th place though. That's a shocker. So that's 2nd place. Oh, no, that's me. What am I talking about? So that Cooper has gained a lot on me so far. My first lap was a 1:36. The fastest lap of the race is a 1:31. This shows you what pole can do. To get a hell of an advantage in the first couple of laps. I mean, it makes sense to run a slower car here to not have the penalty of a... Oh, that's the Lotus off. That's the leader. See, once you come over that hill, unless you've got your car all sorted out, you're not making it through that chicane. So that's the top 4, all in the same camera shot. 5 and 6. That's a hell of a camera shot. Yeah, the Lotus is Neil Stratton. The Cooper, alright, that's Neil Stratton in third. The Cooper is Sid Drake, and Martin Gilmore is away in the lead. Yeah, he's called Glyn. I don't know why he called himself Glyn. But in subsequent years, he obviously shares my name. He's called Neil as well. He did Toyota MR2 racing, I think. Always hold your breath going through there. Grounding out. So they've all pulled away from me now. I'm now in the 132s. The leader. Now Sid Drake in the Cooper has done the fastest lap of the race. Although Martin Gilmore has just beaten it. 128 is the fastest lap of the race. Now what you'll notice is, particularly from the start of the season, there was a rule that at the start of the season, drivers from what was called the Masters division, which was the division with all of the drivers that are just way beyond anybody else. Aliens, we called them. There was a rule that they could slum it by coming down a division below, so they could drive in this division, Division 1, but they wouldn't score any points. But they could still affect the result, of course. And I know at the time I wasn't really best pleased at that decision. I was like, why are you messing with it? Why in all these seasons we've done, why are you allowing drivers that would be 2 or 3 seconds faster than second place on the grid? Where's the challenge for them? And you're just making all of the drivers in that division feel really, really bad. Why is that a rule? Why is that a thing? So I think I kicked up a little bit of a stink, saying, well, the guy that's joining these races, he's won every single round, or he had qualified on pole and was winning every single race by several seconds. Where's the challenge in that? Stop taking the piss, basically. Because the Motorsport race that I did win, I wasn't winning on that last lap. I made a pass from third to second, and I thought I was going to get second place. But the leader, who was way out in front, was one of the Masters drivers. So, and they either got excluded from the results like the rest of them, or it did seem like they literally did quit to the pits before they crossed the finishing line. But I've not seen any of those other drivers in subsequent races. But then again, I've not really been near the front in any of those races, so I'm not to know. So one of the names at the start was Hristo Ishov, who basically won everything. And there was another. I think there was at least 2 Masters drivers that came down Division 1 and just slummed it with us lot. But it just seemed to take the piss, really. There was no rule like that in any previous season or there was no rule like that for Division 1 drivers to go down to Division 2. You know? It just seemed like an ego boost. You're allowing a much faster driver to go down to the division below to get some wins. For ego purposes. It seemed a really strange rule. So, lap 6. Oh dear, someone's had a bit of an off. Well, it wasn't any of the cars ahead because I'm still in 4th place. So someone's come to grief in the chicane. I like this camera shot. So I'm doing my fastest lap 129.7. I just said a 129.9. The Cooper ahead is in the 129s. So I do not have a pace advantage over them. So I'm 4th is the highest I'm going to be able to get. Unless someone has an accident. I'm only going to go backwards. So to stay in the top 5 at Monaco would be an achievement. At some point, I'm probably going to take down all of my results. Just for posterity's sake. Because it's part of my sim racing career, I suppose. But you think how different this must have been. If this was like a Sunday night, I probably would have woken up early on a Sunday morning at 9 o'clock in the morning or something to do a NASCAR race. So an hour and a half or so around an oval in the morning, and then 9 o'clock in the evening I'd be doing a race around Monaco. And I think the highest place I finished in NASCAR was 4th. Right, this is the first pit stop. I was never really good at NASCAR. I was always a midfield runner. It took me a little while to figure out that I could make setup changes mid-race to make the truck react a little bit differently. But again, I'm going to have to check my backup discs. I want to desperately find the paint job that I used back then. I've probably got it saved on a random disc somewhere. I did look up the websites for the NASCAR League in the Wayback Machine. So I actually found my driver record. It's got one of my old profile pictures. It's so old, it's in black and white. But it would have been when I was... What would it have been? If I started in 2004, it would have been when I was 23 years old. A very fresh-faced looking Neil. So we've dropped 1 place by doing our pit stop. That's quite unheard of. I'm shocked at that. Lap 9 of 30. So I was in the pits for... I mean, this is the shortest pit stop in the whole calendar. Just from how the pit lane is constructed. So my best lap was a 129. My last lap was a 148. So I was literally stationary for just under 19 seconds. So I'm coming through the tunnel. The person behind me is not even a hairpin. The person in front of me is at the last hairpin, which I'm just coming up to now. So I'm not necessarily going to gain on Ralph at all. But I could probably stop again and still be ahead of the person that I'm battling against behind. So we were a third of the way through the race. Now, I don't know whether it was an advantage by skipping the bump there. I think I did it because they do it on TV. Well, you never know, there might still be some shenanigans if someone has a bit of a come together with a barrier. But considering, what was it? It was a Ferrari in the lead, a Lotus in second, and a Cooper in third. So the Lotus could drop behind me. Could. But hopefully they're not the number 15. Well, yeah. Hopefully not. I saw a car. I don't know where it was. But I do like the I was going to say the modern version of Monaco. I mean the historic version of Monaco, but the modern iteration of what it was like in R Factor 2. I think it was basically the 1966 version of Monaco. And I think it was one of the release tracks for the early access version of R Factor 2. But this track does show its age in Grand Prix Legends. I don't know if I've got the fully upgraded graphical version, because it probably didn't look up to much in its original iteration. But I remember way back there was a project, and they called themselves Monaco Rocks, I think it was. And they basically remastered it. That is a Brabham. I'm pitting straight after him. Unfortunately, you can't see me in the pit lane. The Brabham's getting going. So am I. It's going to be close. Oh! Back down to 5th. So this is my second pit stop, isn't it? Is this my second pit stop? If it is, then any places from now on are a bonus. I don't know whether the car ahead has done 2 pit stops. I guess we'll find out. Right, so I've done my fastest lap time, which is a 1:28.8. The car ahead is in his fastest lap time is a 1:29. So I've got a pace advantage against him. So 4th place might not be. I might still be able to get it. I mean, the things that I was always fascinated by, even in its... I mean, graphically, it didn't really look that great. I think it was one of the first games that was making a bit of use with the 3D accelerator graphics cards. But it didn't really look up to much graphically. But as soon as I saw the view when the camera went down towards the suspension, I was like looking at the suspension move up and down. I was sold. It's just like, this is amazing. There was nothing like it at all, because all the other games had been like, oh, here's some more Formula 1 cars of what would have been the present day, you know. No one did anything particularly out of the box. I mean, there were NASCAR games and stuff, but they weren't really pushing it. Even the IndyCar games were just, you know, boring cars that relied on downforce. And then you had these cars which move underneath you. You know? They will raise and lower depending on if you're braking or accelerating. I think I heard another car there. Was that a BRM I heard? So we're chasing Ralph for 4th place at the moment. That's 4th. That's 9th place in the BRM, so they're not for position. Unless they have suddenly jumped up the order. And I mean, I jumped on this game first of all because I remember it came out in... It was either 98 or 99. It did feature on a cover disc of a PC gaming magazine, and a friend at college at the time tried it out because he had a 3D FX card, and he obviously wanted to see what it was all about. And just one look at that suspension movement. I think the demo was a Lotus around Monza, I think. And to start off with, because I was at college at the time, me and a college friend used to play over the local area network. And I mean, we didn't kind of take it serious or anything. We just kind of loved the way that cars crashed against each other, and we can flip the cars around, and we would go opposite ways around the circuit and stuff like that. So I've probably got lots of replays of us doing that. But there came a point and I was like, why don't I try this online racing thing? And I think I just put in the words UK and the word Grand Prix Legends, and UKGPL came up. So, and the rest, they say, is history. But what it did to obviously the rest of the sim racing world, it kind of captured a lot of imagination. And I mean, I wouldn't say that the other people that I was racing with was, you know, they weren't spring chickens by any means. I latched onto this when I was in my 20s. So you could imagine that obviously the people that would have even seen these when they were little would have had to been at least 10 to 20 years older than me. Yeah, I found out from an IRC chat thing in Greenwich Woolwich Uni when I went to see my friend. Yeah, see, things get around in chat rooms and stuff when you're that age. It's like, oh, have you heard of this game? Because of course you wouldn't kind of pay attention to internet sites back then. It was all news that came from a magazine or a cover disc. That was how you got your news. So but obviously there was, this got released in 98 to 99, and then there was demo footage, because I think at that point the only NASCAR games that had released were NASCAR 1 and NASCAR 2. I dialed in using a 56k modem to some bulletin board. Yeah, a BBS. I think I was probably too young for that, but so there was, as I say, there was videos going around where Papyrus were actually doing tech demos of what it would be like to use. I think it was called 6 degrees of freedom physics, whereas they'd been kind of using 2 degrees of movement physics or something in NASCAR 1 and 2. And there's demos of them trying a NASCAR with, full body movement, and they were like, no, we can't quite do this yet. So it felt to me that maybe Grand Prix Legends was a test bed in some respects. It's not to say there wasn't a lot of passion behind it. Oh dear, oh dear, oh, that didn't look good as I was coming in there. And Ralph. Where did he come from? Oh, he had a crash as well. Whee! He did exactly the same as me. He came over the... That's what I did. It's the exact carbon copy of the crash I had. Right, so you can already see yellow flags. So it looked like I turned in too early, or I maybe snatched a brake because there's a yellow flag. It brought the rear around, and you can already see that I'm heading to the scene of the accident because I haven't got it slowed down and just... But that's exactly the same crash as that BRM. And I was just very lucky that I ended up pointing the same way. How about that? A bit of luck for once. So as I say, I think this was a proof of concept in some respects to kind of test that they were on the right path with their physics engine. And then their first iteration of what was always referred to as the Grand Prix Legends engine, the GPL engine. I don't know if they had an official name for it. Was NASCAR 4, because they brought out NASCAR 3 not long after Grand Prix Legends, because they were like, no, we're not going to take that risk, I guess. And NASCAR 3 was still an improvement on NASCAR 2. Graphically, definitely. It was more using the 3D accelerated graphics that were in Grand Prix Legends. But it was still not there. I think even the car skins had to be 256 colours or something. It was using a very restricted colour palette. Very, very restricted. I think it wasn't even 256. I think it was even lower than that. You had to be, when you were making skins, I think you had to use a specific colour palette. Oh, close then as well. So when they released NASCAR 4, it was like, okay, now they're onto something. But NASCAR 4 still felt off. It felt like they'd gone completely the opposite direction, and they made it kind of not too hard, but I think they hadn't quite got the tyre physics right. The cars felt, as you would probably imagine, heavy and cumbersome. You really felt like you were driving a tank, from what I can remember. That's what it felt like. And then they kind of tuned it a little bit and brought out NASCAR Racing 2002. And that was part of the way there. It was a bit more refined. Cars didn't feel like tanks as much. And then NASCAR 2003 came around, and then that was their last sim under the banner Papyrus, and then they moved towards iRacing and brought that out in 2008. So it took, I think this is it 2008 or was it 2006? I think it's 2008, because of course obviously this is 2006, so 2 years later all of the people that were involved in the NASCAR 2003 sims and Grand Prix Legends would then know that Papyrus was doing their own thing, which was then completely different to what anyone else had thought of. A subscription service? What the hell is this? No one had ever done that. And they were the first to kind of jump ship and do something completely different. So from 2003, that's a lot of development time. Because I remember when they were getting prepared for, they said they were working on their ladder system. Because at that point they called themselves First Racing, I think it was. But in the end, they couldn't use that name for copyright reasons. Someone else had got the copyrights for that. So they used I think it was an iRock mod for NASCAR 2003, and they were going to use it to kind of work out how they were going to do splits and do leagues and divisions and what have you. Oh, First.net, that's what it was. So iRacing began to be developed in 2004 when Dave Kamer, co-founder of Papyrus Design Group, partnered with John W. Henry, who is the owner of the baseball team, the Red Sox, I think. So they started off with so much money, so much capital put behind it. So it's no wonder they got such a head start. Which then acquired the code of NASCAR 2003. Yeah. And the rest is history. So, and I was gonna take part in some of the tests, but when I kind of realised that we weren't actually testing anything new, we were just testing out a racing system, then I wasn't really that interested. I joined up with what would be the alpha tests, perhaps. I joined up with them thinking, oh, we're going to be driving their next simulation. They were like, no, we're just doing some online races to work out the scoring. And the ladder and what have you. And I was just like, yeah, great. So I didn't turn up. I think I probably did about 1 or 2 races, and then I think I got an email from them saying, we're going to kick you out because you haven't turned up to any of the races. So, but I, as many, did have a go at iRacing for a bit, but I have dipped out and in and out again. It's just not really my thing. Lap 22 of 30. Of course, that chicane had to be my curse again. I mean, I don't think I had any way of getting up to 4th place, but it's just amazing that I've stayed in the top 5. So that's Ralph just coming up to the tunnel, and that's just me coming up to the tunnel. And the next person behind is 9th place, and they're still up the main part of the circuit. So, interesting. So my fastest lap time is a 1:28. The Lotus, who's probably leading, let's be honest, or near at the top 3, did a 1:26. We got 7 laps to go, starting lap 23. Or was that ending lap 23? I don't really know. Not entirely sure. Let's go for a lap on board around Monaco. Let's see what it's like. That's on full lock. Short shifting. Scary tunnel. Oh, nearly kept it pinned. Nearly paid the price for it as well. I mean, I probably could see on my pit board like that the person ahead is not too far ahead, so keep going. But I imagine I'm probably running quite a quick steering rack because it's Monaco. Because I can look, you can see them at the top of the hill, so that's enough incentive to keep going. Because it's Monaco, anything can happen at Monaco, and I just done my fastest lap of the race, 1:28.6. I mean, you can see them there. I'm really pushing it. I don't know whether he's got faster as well, because I was all over the back of him before my accident. He's done the fastest lap of 1:28.3. So he can go in the 1:28s, which is now faster than me. So can he sustain that? It was basically a case of if you come over the top of that hill and you haven't got it sideways, you just floor it. You aim for the gap. And that's free lap time. Starting lap 25. You can actually put a wheel up onto that pink curb all the way through turn 1. I was never confident enough to be that accurate. I don't know whether I'm actually getting any closer, to be honest. That was my fastest lap of the race, 1:28.5. It's amazing what a carrot in front of you would do, isn't it? Steady, steady. I mean, you can hear all of the cars going up the main straight that you're close to as well. It's like Mexico when you came into the hairpin. You can see all the people you're fighting against coming the other way. So you're like, oh, I'm close to people. I can fight. 4 laps to go. But I would like to record these results on a spreadsheet and then do some stats, like highest finishes at certain circuits and stuff. Because I mean, the person that has archived all of these results on their website, Dave Geimer, I think he still technically is involved in the website it's on, along with his brother Simon. But I'm so glad that they did archive it, because it's provided me with content and posterity. But I think I should maybe save the web pages, archive them myself. Because obviously you wouldn't know from the results of the races what the actual results of the championship was, because penalties and stuff, you know. And obviously people get forgotten from the server and stuff like that. Right, 3 laps to go. I don't know whether I'm getting too late. Oh, they're disappearing. I think that mistake coming up to the chicane cost me. He does look closer though, doesn't he? Fastest lap of the race again, 1:28.2. But as Murray Walker would say, catching is one thing, passing is another. That's what I taught myself from quite an early stage, is that never give up. Because anything can happen. I mean, it's always slightly frustrating when you're so close that you can taste it. See how much I'm pushing into the final hairpin. I mean, Monaco isn't really a racetrack, is it? It's a time trial circuit. I'd never driven anything like it, I don't think, because obviously the modern version of Monaco that I would have driven would have been in GP2, I think. And that just kind of pales in comparison to what this is. The majority of it is the same, of course, but the latter half starting from the tunnel onwards was completely different. I suppose cursing that spun at chicane now. Whoa, how close to the arm car do you want to get? So I'm on the opposite lock going into the braking zone on the brakes. Right, last lap I think. Or no, maybe 2 laps to go. This might be the penultimate lap. And sometimes the key is that obviously when you're coming up behind someone, don't start driving at their pace. Drive at the pace you have been driving, and don't drive how they're driving either, because it would be too easy to get sucked in. Oh, so we made a mistake there. Both through the chicane cleanly. Bounces off the wall, I think. Are we going to take a dive? He's going to be slow out the chicane. Or even the hairpin. But he gets the power down a bit better than I do. Right, final lap. I mean, the fact that I'm so close to a Brabham at this end, at the end of this race, so I haven't been going slow. Oh, he got it all wrong in the hairpin there. I think the steering lock helped, or the speed-sensitive steering lock. He's wide again, but I cannot get the power down. So is it a mistake at the chicane or nothing? It's a mistake! But he was able to bounce off the wall and keep it. He's gone wide! He's gone wide! Yes, baby. Oh, that's cruel, isn't it? Poor Ralph. He had held that 4th place nearly the entire race, but he was just pushing it. Look, he was trying to slow it down. I nearly didn't get it slowed down, but he did what there was someone that did this exact problem, but he actually took out somebody when he did it on the final corner, and I think in the early 70s they did that exact thing. And I was probably thanking my lucky stars, going, "Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you." But all that pressure, all of that pressure, and he was ahead enough to not fall in another place. But just goes to show that it's worth it just to keep going, keep pressing on. But it wasn't a passing move. It had to be a a mistake from the car in front. All right. Okay. So Monaco. So Martin Gilmore has first. Glyn in the Lotus is second. Sid Drake is third. I start fifth and then fourth. Going forwards at Monaco in a Ferrari just doesn't happen that often. So Sid Drake is apparently Bosnian. That's the flag for Bosnia and Herzegovina there. So there were only 10 people. Only 9 of them started the race. No server replay available, and no incidents were reported, so it must be concluded that it was a straightforward incident-free race and provisional results stand. That is a shocker. How? So I don't know why. Why is the title disappeared from the top there? I might be the only one to have this race footage. Well, it might be true. In the world. So this is round 9. So the penultimate round of the entire UKGPL Championship. So I've raced this once, I think, in UKGPL. So it's called the Zeltweg 1970, but it's the Osterreiching. Because Zeltweg was a very flat track. Based on an airfield with lots of hay bales. Very different to the Osterreiching. Oh, you want rain at Watkins Glen. What are you talking about? Right, so a completely different track now. Going to somewhere which is completely open. With a few more straights to be able to pass people. But look how far I am away from pole. So is this going to be another Kyle Army type race? Grid is quite spaced out. So it does sound a lot like there are lots of Ferraris. I'd imagine there is a Lotus or two up here. So Martin Gilmore. So that's probably 1, 2, 3. That might be 4th place, maybe 2nd place. So that's Martin Gilmore. That's Sid Drake again in Ferrari. That's Ralph Mafe, the one that we saw that collided with the barrier in the last turn at Monaco, who I just beat. And then I am behind in a Ferrari. And then we have a Ferrari behind. Paul McCluskey. Oh, and is this a Ferrari spec race? What? And then Kevin Clark behind him. Oh, look, there's a Ferrari back here too. Which is James Greenwood. So, yeah. Lots of Ferraris. We'll see if anyone else turned up in any other car. Oh no, false start! False start! I was rolling at the start. Is that going to get taken into account? It is flat out turn 1. Well, not flat out. Look, it's the sea of red. It is a sea of red. I think that's Ralph just going off. Yep, that's Ralph going off. Kevin Clark gets a run on us because we were slow out the corner, watching out for the other Ferrari. He didn't feel like he wanted to take a stab at the inside. He's better on the brakes. He runs a little bit wide. With 4th place. So we can see 2nd and 3rd ahead of us. We're not doing very well with our lines though, are we? A bit wide into the S's coming up the hill. Oh look, there's another car. There's a BRM there. Where did he come from? So it wasn't a very strong first lap for me. I'm feeling the need to go defensive already. That BRM is laughing because he's going, I'm going to see you through these pit stops. Oh! Hang on a second. There was a collision there and he just got replaced by another Ferrari. What? What's going on? So that wasn't Kevin Clark behind me. That's Paul McCluskey behind me. What happened? So it was Ralph Mafe. So he came. Had to check up. He came in there with a full head of steam and had to check up but couldn't in time. Oh, look how everybody slowed. And Kevin Clark and Mick Chapman said, thank you very much. Now up to 3rd. We got 28 laps of this. Fastest lap of the race. So you can see that those 2 Ferraris ahead. One of them's obviously Martin Gilmore. One I think is Sid Drake. So fastest lap of the race is 151.2. I've just done a 154.8. I haven't really had a clean lap set yet. It's been a bit scrappy. But that BRM has now dropped away. Oh, that Ferrari nearly ran onto the grass. I have to pick my lines very carefully. Do I feel the need to go defensive? Middle track. Saved a lot more on the racing line than this time. Not sure why I didn't just straight line that S's bend. Taking a tighter line into this corner. That might hurt my exit. So fastest lap time on the race is now 146.1. I did a 149. So still lagging behind by many seconds. So because it's a sea of Ferraris, it's just who does their in-laps and out-laps. I think it's a straight shoot into the pits, isn't it, at Australia? So I'm not able to keep it tight there. It screws up the exit. And to go mid-track, which compromises my exit here. This looks like there's still a nasty bump in the middle of that turn. Feeling the need to go slightly defensive. I really am taking quite a tight line and turn. What will be turn 1. See, why don't I just go straight there? Why don't I just go straight across between those two corners? Strange why I follow the curve. It surely would be a shorter way around the course. I mean, I can still see those two Ferraris ahead, but they're definitely going to be moving away. But fastest lap time 1:46.1. I'm now down to a 1:47.6. Oh! I think I got my braking all wrong now. Let's look at it on board. I got my braking all wrong. Yeah, I got a snapper on the way in. I can't slow it down. Oh, I hit the end of the Armco. That's not good. So that's now down to 5th. I'm surprised the car is pointing in the same direction, to be honest. So that's what pressure. I succumb to pressure. So I'm looking back. We've got quite a distance to that next Ferrari. So I'm going to beat them out of the pits at least. But there's still a BRM lurking in the background somewhere that's laughing. Now, have I decided that this might be time to pit? Nope. So if we're splitting this into 3, we might pit around lap 9. This is lap 5. Well, I got it right that time. I don't think the font for that banner really fits in, you know. So meanwhile, those two Ferraris are having a right old ding-dong up front. I'm back here in 5th place after my accident. The top 5 would be a good result. Definitely don't look comfortable. I suppose the hope is that they were battling ahead so you can catch up. Let's go on board, see what it's like. That corner is very difficult to slow down. Got them within sight. So this is Österreichring 1970. Now, I know there's many versions of this track for modern Sims. But it looks like the layout is a little... It differs a bit. Right, there's one Ferrari coming. Oh, I thought it was coming in the pit sim. So the elevation for turn 1 seems to be kind of similar. Oh, I know why I come over to that side. It is to straight line it. It looks deceptive from the TV camera. I think that bit's not too bad compared to the modern. It's this bit that's a little different. This car corner actually seems tighter in radius. When you come through it, it doesn't seem that it turns enough. So it's slightly different in layout. Who's that actually went off? Is that Kevin or Ralph? That was Kevin Clark. Had a bit of an off. We're down to 4th. Right. Oh, did Ralph just pit? They both pitted. Okay. Out on my own now. I should be up the 3rd. That's Sid Drake and there's Martin Gilmore. Fastest lap of the race now is a 1:45. Way ahead of anybody else. I don't think this track didn't change an awful lot. We obviously have the Österreichring version, which I think in the mid-70s they put a chicane in it in turn 1 because of that nasty accident where someone vaulted the barrier. So they put a chicane in it with some quite high curbs. And I think this was actually the round where, at least from commentary, Brabham were kind of teasing that this would be the first place that they would be doing a fuel stop. Right, into the pits we come. I nearly didn't get it slowed down. Again, someone's using the modern Pepsi logo there. That's not the right Pepsi logo for the 1970s. Oh, I'm so glad that he waited. So that's James Greenwood that's gone past. Along with Ralph, who's had an accident. He seemed to gain a lot through the pit stops. I seem to be quite far behind, maybe because of my accident. James Greenwood is obviously not pitted, because there's no way he should be in front of me. But it says I pitted from third, I think. Should be down to fifth. I mean, it would be interesting to kind of lay the track maps above each other for the R Factor 2 version and the Grand Prix Legends version, because they do feel completely different. But the Ostrich ring, I think, did stay the same, apart from the chicane in turn 1. And then it turned into the A1 ring, but I can't remember what they did for the A1 ring. I think they tightened up some of the corners, so that they were more breaking the zones. And I think it became more like what the Red Bull ring is today. But I think this straight still technically exists, but it heads towards a kind of a right angle turn rather than sweeping turns. But you imagine if the normal modern Formula 1 cars raced on this track. They would be going so quickly. So my fastest lap times are 1:47. Lap time with the pit stop is 2:12. So lost 26 seconds in the pits. We will lap 10 of 28. Whoa, steady on there. I mean, I would be happy if I did come away with 5th place for this. Well, we look like we're having quite a strong ending to the season. We are going out with a bang. I have no idea what Albi is like. You think it would be a Ferrari podium? Probably. Considering that what was the top 7 was probably a Ferrari. It probably does mean that Martin Gilmore started on pole then. It did seem quite far back from the finishing line. Or even the flagman, rather. But the flagman doesn't really dictate necessarily where the start-finish line is. But that rubbered line is very deceptive. It's not really where the racing line is, I don't think. And from what I remember, this may be one of the earliest add-on tracks. I remember, I think one of the, well, no, actually, saying that, I think one of the earliest add-on tracks was probably either Brands Hatch or Road Atlanta. We're coming into the pits again. We're getting over and done with quite quickly. We want the rest of the race to start to catch up. So that's Ralph again. So Ralph may have pitted twice in quite quick succession. Now up to 4th, so James Greenwood's probably now pitted. I don't know what happened to Kevin Clark. He must have had an accident. No, James Greenwood hasn't pitted. There's Estrake and there's Gilmore. No, it's just pure pace then. Are we back in 4th? I remember way back when I was first kind of attempting online races, doing practices and things. I joined a server which had Brands Hatch running on it, and I didn't quite understand the what people would say in chat. So people kept saying pit out in chat. And I kept going to the pits whenever someone said that, thinking people were telling me to go to the pits. I think I actually met David Noonan, or Dave Noonan, on one of the servers. Dave Noonan was quite famous or infamous in the Grand Prix Legends community because he did end up making 3D Sim Ed, which in some respects I wouldn't say it's ruined. Maybe ruined is not the word, but it has spawned a new set of modders, which meant they can convert certain mods from one format to another. Which, whether that's a good thing or not, I'm not too sure. But it means that people are easily able to steal work. But he did start off being part of the what was called the US Pits modding team, and they were my kind of go-to to find out about news and stuff. And I believe he did have a hand in some of the modding tools of Grand Prix Legends. Right, who is that behind me now? Oh, so Ralph has pitted. That's Kevin Clark. So it is Kevin Clark behind me. So Ralph, through the pit stops, is now behind me. But although he did have that big accident, so that's quite right. But I seem to have beat Kevin Clark through the pit stops. And he was ahead of me through the pit stop sequence. So, that's confusing. So lap 14 of 28, so 2/3 distance. Ooh, so close to the edge of the track. Ooh, I should be playing my 2006 playlist, shouldn't I? I'm stupidly playing my my 80s playlist. I can play my 2006 playlist. Bonk. That's one way to go through that last corner. If as long as you can hit it flush, you're alright. Right, back to 4th place. I think we're probably going to end up 3rd because James Greenwood shouldn't be ahead. Look how Kevin Clark has somehow caught up. I mean, I've not really been going slow. Well, he's doing 146s. That's how he's caught up. I'm only 147 at best. So I think we should end up 4th. So we got James Greenwood in 3rd. S. Drake in 2nd. And I believe Mark McGill was probably way ahead in 1st. Now I'm not because I've only got like this round and the last round. I'm not noticing the apparent memory that I had a rivalry with someone, where we kept coming together, and we did not get on well after that. There was a little bit of a war of words in the background because neither me or them would kind of concede that we were in the wrong, and we would keep having races where we would keep coming together. So whether or not those were the races which weren't recorded on replay, or I'm just misremembering it, but I'm sure I had a little bit of a spat. Where's Kevin Clark gone? Where's he gone? He pitted. Okay. I'm way ahead then. Who was it? A driver that always drove the Honda. And it wasn't Baz West. Whoa, round we go. Are we going to lose any places for that? No, we're not. It was a driver called Jakob Schmidt. And I think one did get recorded on... I think there was an occasion in Spa where we had a little bit of a disagreement about the final corner. And I seem to remember there being another instance, but it didn't seem to kind of come up. I'm sure it might have been Rouen or something, where we had another spat, but it's amazing how things maybe would have been blown out of proportion a bit when you're younger, and when you're kind of in the race mode, I suppose. That's James Greenwood. Has he pitted and come out in front of me because of that accident? He may have done. I only lost 8 seconds. So maybe so. So we are still in fourth, according to the position counter. At 17 of 28. I am very close to him now. So this could be a straight fight into the end for the podium. So what kind of lap times is he doing at best? He's done a 1:45 at best. No hope in catching him. I can only do 1:47s. So fourth place looks like it's where it's going to be for the time being. It seems like Ralph dropped back because of that accident in turns, I think it was 2. I mean, I was very close to that accident, but somehow got away with it. Kevin Clark must have had an accident to drop him back even further, because he was, I think, ahead of me before the pit stop phase. So, but look at the skybox. You can see where someone has kind of copied and pasted it. I'm not liking that corner. And they've joined two parts together, so those mountains aren't there in real life. So either James Greenwood is slowing a little or making a few mistakes. There's no reason why I should be this close, because I am not able to go as fast as him. He's done a 1:45 at best. So why is he not? Oh, round we go again. We're making so many mistakes that Ralph is here. Can you get one over on me for Monaco? Is he going to get revenge? Let's see. So we've got a 9-lap showdown towards the end of this one then. Now I think there was certain drivers that I did have battles with throughout the season, and I think Ralph was one of the drivers that I really respected, because all of the we were very close in pace a lot of the time, and we just seemed to have good races, good back and forth. Oh. I seem to remember there being I think it was either a mod for R-Factor 1 or Automobilista that had a very nasty bump going into the final turn. Right, 8 laps to go. Is Ralph going to be able to pass me? Whoa! Did I just jinx him? Did I just jinx him? Maybe there won't be a showdown at the end. So this is going to be around August, September time, I believe. In 2006. I mean, I don't think I've seen anything but Ferraris, apart from that one BRM. I've never seen so many Ferraris in a single race. But the BRMs haven't done their usual trick, that they would start down in the top 10 and then they would somehow come across to win. Again, that Pirelli sign. That didn't exist like that, did it? That looks far too new. So I think some of the banners are a little out of period. They did stick out like a sore thumb to me. Still within sight of a Ferrari in front and behind. 7 laps to go. Just seem to struggle to... If I mess up the braking, it just seems that the car wants to go forwards rather than round that corner. I am hoping I can get this last race done so I can show off some of the things that I want to do at the end of the season. Right, lap 22 of 28. Still pumping in 147s. I just can't seem to be able to go any faster. Car in front is doing 148s. Where's their 145 pace gone? Whether that was draft assisted or not. And then we've got Ralph behind, who can do 146s. So he's coming up to get me again. Even after... What is going on with Mr. Green? Does Mr. Greenwood keep making mistakes? because he's coming towards me. So a podium is not off the table. It looks like he's not good when he's under pressure, is he? Well, clean in respects to anyone crashing into each other. But I've had like 3 or 4 spins. I'd be further up the road if it wasn't for that. Oh, and Ralph rear-ending someone, yeah. He may get slapped on the wrist for that. But we'll see. But am I defending from in front? Defending behind? Or trying to chase in front? Because Ralph wants revenge for Monaco. Whoa! We got that all wrong. And he gets that all wrong. Nice. He came into that corner all on the wrong line and couldn't quite get around it. James is off. Is he off? Is he off? Is he off? He is off. No, he is. Oh. Right, now this fight is now for the podium. Is it going to stay a two-way fight, or does the Kevin Clark behind want to get involved? Practice run for the chase of the flag. As long as I stayed tight there, I would have got it. Look at the speed he's got. Around he goes again. He would have this. He would have had this, and he'd be sipping the champagne. But he's made so many mistakes. He just keeps getting in front and then losing it. Gifting it to me. Right. 4 laps. I don't know if James Grimm is going to catch me unless I make a mistake. I might do. But it kind of makes a change that other people are making mistakes and not me. Have I got this 3rd place now? Three Ferraris all in the same camera shot. Has he finally knuckled down a bit now? He's got someone in front to chase. Lap 25 of 28. It's like I just don't seem to be getting the power down out of some of these turns and losing all the momentum down the straight. Oh, I think I saw him in the mirror just then. And I was like, oh, I got scared. Because it looks like he braked a bit later than he wanted. Ooh. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hang on for 3 laps of this. And Ralph is that Ralph coming back? It is Ralph coming back! I don't like these camera shots, they're a bit deceptive. Can't quite keep it tight in the final corner, but as long as I'm ahead, then I've got the place over the line. Right, lap 26 of 28. I've got to survive 2 more laps of this. He's far too close. Well, now he's got to deal with Ralph behind. It's like my car is lacking in speed. It looks like everyone's able to breeze up to the back of me. I suppose the draft effect is probably very strong here. Right, what does James do? Defend? Jesus Christ! I am a lucky boy. Because I think he'd brake a bit late for himself and locked up his rears doing so to avoid me. Jesus. Right, that's got rid of one of them, but I don't think it's got rid of both. Well, I don't think it's got rid of the challenge for the podium. This is nail-biting stuff. Right. We're coming on to the penultimate lap. Now, where do you go? Do you go inside or outside? Inside or outside? You would slow your momentum onto the main part of the straight if you took this shallow. I've gone defensive, which means I'm vulnerable here down the next straight. Now you've got to go to the right here. You have to. But then you're compromised on entry. And you may get the braking all wrong, so you've got to stop it on the apex. So don't run wide. Bit wide. Didn't get it slowed down. Finally able to keep it tight through that corner. I haven't done that in the entire race, I don't think. Right. Going defensive in this final corner is probably a bad idea. Just keep it tidy. Try to keep it as tight and get on the throttle as early as you can. Right, final lap. I wasn't able to get on the throttle early, unfortunately. Right. The hunter becomes the hunted. Got a bit of slipstream. Oh, that was a bit tight going in there. I haven't actually chased anyone in this entire race. It's all been me being chased. So this is for a podium. What do I do? What do I do? Oh, no. I had to lock it up, I think. I think I just got too close in that corner that I kind of ran out of some braking. I've already kind of... I was going to run into him, so I was just carrying too much speed. Wow. I put up a fight. He gets his revenge from Monaco. He gets his revenge. So all the flags are going, which means the leaders have already crossed the line. I mean, I may still get third place because there may be a penalty incoming for Ralph. So we'll see. That's a fourth. Right. Let's see what the stewards have to say and whether Ralph gets doctor place. Alright, let's see. Okay, so Zeltweg, Martin Gilmore comes away with the win. He did a qualifying time of 1:44. I get third because Ralph gets a 4-place penalty. Wow. Well, he gets 4 penalty points, but gets docked 2 places. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all Ferraris. What? It was a Ferrari race, but 1 BRM. Only 8 people turned up. Right. Ralph Mayfen, Paul McCluskey, lap 2. Ralph is behind Paul, but is much faster on entry to the corner, which results in collision, sending them both into the armcar. Paul is entitled to a no fault shift R. Rear end shunt, 2 places lost, plus 2 penalty points. Once again, several drivers failed to stop in their stalls during stops. On some circuits, there were several lines in the pit lane, but as outwork, the boundary of the stalls are clearly defined by a single white line. Drivers must stop inside the line when taking pit stops. I guess people are just coming into the pits and just coming to a halt rather than actually heading into the pit line. So after all that, I do get third. So, right, okay. This is bittersweet. This is the last race of what was my Grand Prix Legends career, if you can call it that. I don't know. You can call it a career, can you? But so last one. I mean, for the multitude of that race, I was defending. I was never really on the pace. It was just the fact that everyone else kept going off. The fact that Ralph kept catching me, passing me, going off again. Look, there's a Pepsi sign again in there. What is it with this? That's not right. So, Albie, I'm not even sure what this circuit is like back in the 60s. I hear a different car, so it's not going to be a Ferrari fest this time. I can hear different car. I am far back. This could be a fight to be in the top 10. Although this might be like 4th or 5th place. Because the finishing line's here. So Sid Drake in an Eagle. We've got Ralph May in a Ferrari. We've got Ken Murray in a Ferrari. I haven't seen Ken Murray for a little while. Clive Loynes in a Brabham. So he's going to be taking a shorter pit stop. And you got me in a Ferrari. And you got G. Pora. Whoever that is. I can't remember if that is a someone from the Masters division. They wouldn't be back here if it was. And then you got someone back, Rick Bryant, in the Brabham. I assume that probably it's Martin Gilmore on pole. So that's who we're missing. So I'm probably 5th place, maybe 6th. Let's see what kind of start we get. That's a cracker of a start. That Ferrari, there he is. Oh, there's spinners, there's spinners. So we passed that Eagle. We started 8th, apparently. Apparently. So there's 42 laps of Albie, so it must be a very short circuit. Now I know the modern version of Albie. Oh! Caught up in someone else's accident. So, who was that spinning? Ian Pollock. Can you guess what he did wrong? I'm sure Ben knows this. What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong? Now, to people that don't know sim racing, you can see him ahead. Alright, takes a spin. He should have been on the brakes now. He should have been still on the brakes now. Should have still on the brakes now. No. He could have prevented this accident if he had held the brakes. So thankfully I rejoin in front. Hold the brakes is the first thing you should learn when you... So it's quite a straightforward circuit. It's not changed a lot. The modern version, some of the turns are probably a bit more open, and it's got a horrible chicane at the start. Right, so we started 8th. We are now down to 11th due to that accident. So, another one of those drives, I guess. The camera was a bit close. Go away, BRM. You've already bloody caused an accident. I was up to 9th, apparently. I'm down now to 10th. I think. I don't think we're going out with a bang. We're probably going out with a whimper. Look how many BRMs there are. Let's go on board. It's easier to see what's going on. See, this is where the Masters rule kind of got in the way. So you can assume that there's a couple of these drivers that are in the Master class. I think Lednick might be one of them. But if they're mixing it up with everybody else, then yeah, they might want to do a last to first challenge. But they are still messing with other people's races, so they have an effect on the race, you know? So there may be a couple of guys in here that are not in the final. Whoa! So who is this? Are we fighting? We're fighting Mike Chapman now. But I remember that incident from the first lap. I vividly remember that I was so pissed off that they didn't hold the brake. It was like, how have you not learnt this? Careful. But there's a version of Albi for R Factor 2, which I think is based in 2006. And I mean, the circuit's pretty much the same. Apart from a couple of adjustments. Right, back up into the top 10, so 9th. I mean, the chicane is horrible for this circuit. Just ruins the whole flow of it. But what you'll notice about some of these Grand Prix Legend circuits is that the elevations to them always seemed very what's the word I'm thinking of? Angular. So they're not smooth transitions by any means. Doesn't seem to affect the cars too much, but it just seems to, the transitions between one altitude and another is not smooth. Perhaps just due to the fact that these things have to be done in, have to be made in sections in the track maker. And oh, there's a car. That's a Lotus. What a shame. What a shame. So that if they don't quite get the sections correct, then it's going to seem very abrupt. But nowadays you can put as many polys in the tracks as you like. Well, within reason, of course. Right, so lap 6. Oh, there's been a murder. Oh, for fuck's sake! Guess who it is? It's the same driver. It's the same driver. I don't know what he was putting his arm up. I mean, it's blatantly their fault. Look at this for... If you ever want a demonstration of how not to compete in these races, because this is just not acceptable at all. So now this could be blamed target fixation, right? So he should be going over there, but instead he's got his eye on that Ferrari and he's heading towards it, right? And he ends up collecting him. Spins around, right? Now, he can see everything that's going on here. Everything. Absolutely everything. So he knows there's 1, 2, 3 cars, right? But he still decides to boot it, thinking, oh, I'm going to do a spin turn. And you're going to completely fail, and you're going to collide with another driver, which just happened to bloody be me. So in anger, I think I did another spin turn. But that's not on. Absolutely atrocious racing. Caused the accident, and then just rejoins in front of me. I am probably red mist completely. Because at this point, this guy is a liability. So if they don't get penalised after this race, then I can maybe see why I didn't. It's round again. Thank you very much. But god damn it, man. Ugh. Bad rejoin. Second worst thing in racing. What's the first? Oh, hold the brakes. What's the third? I would have thought the first worst thing in online racing is just wrecking your opponent because of sim race assault. But the second worst thing is someone not holding their brakes after an accident. Third worst thing is a bad rejoin. I mean, they're all as bad as each other. Let's be perfectly honest. Right, so who are we chasing? G. Pora, whoever that is. I mean, we'd had 2 races which were top-notch. Top-notch. And then we come back to this debacle. Maybe it's like the last day of school type attitude. People have just lost their minds. I mean, at the moment he's behind me, so I don't really care. For now. I'll probably meet him later on in the race with my pit stops. If I don't blow my engine because of all the bloody collisions I've had. Bit of understeer there. Oh dear, that wasn't good. Don't quite know what happened. Apart from the fact that I got that all wrong. I'm not having a nice time in France. At all. I'm somehow up to 7th place. I think it must be because people have pitted early, but how am I up to 7th? And it's the same kind of pit lane as the Monaco, where there's no pit wall or anything. Whoopsie daisy. Steady on. I wonder whether those kind of gullies, in turns 1 and 2, are what it was like. There's a bit of an oversight that you would have like you come off the circuit and just go, well, literally off the circuit. Down off the circuit. But we've still got pit stops to come, so it might mix the field up even more. But I'm in a sea of BRMs back here. Lap 11 of 42. So if we were split it in 3, so it wouldn't be 15. It's probably lap 13 or 14. Be 14, wouldn't it? Right, the fastest lap of the race is by G. Lednick with a 1:10.6. My fastest lap is a 1:12. So I'm 2 seconds off the leader. So that's a Ferrari that's already pitted and already come out in front of me. So that shows you how much the leaders are in front. So this guy ahead is doing 1:12s in a BRM. So Ken Murray has come out the pits in front of me from his first pit stop. bump there where the track crosses each other. I think Albie did some non-championship races. I'm not too sure. That's a Ferrari that I'm actually passing in the pits. I'm shocked. But there's a certain... I think the word is not pride, but I'm impressed that this game inspired a lot of people to look back. And when it came time for mod tracks to appear, people would take like the modern versions and make period versions of them. So they didn't say, right, I'm now going to make a modern Monza so I can drive it in Grand Prix Legends. They took any old track and said, right, what was this like back in the 1960s? So that's why the Grand Prix Legends database is full of tracks like the old Australian tracks like Sandown and places like that, that just have a track in period, which I think is great, because tracks way back in the day were just kind of a bit more open, wider, a lot more, well, I was going to say runoff, but a lot more things collide. No such thing as gravel traps, you know. Bye bye BRM. It was nice knowing you. Not. Right. So, we are chasing Ken Murray, although not really, because he's a pit stop ahead of us. So we should be up to 5th place when we go over the line. But only because some people have pitted and have actually been able to leapfrog them. I mean, lots of people could be having all kinds of trouble ahead, but we don't know because we're so back in the pack. But could this race have been the reason why I stopped? I mean, if Mr. Ian Pollock doesn't get a slapping by the moderator, then... I thought we were coming in the pits then. It looked like I thought about it, but then maybe thought I can't do it now, I'm going too fast. I think it's still Ken Murray ahead. It is. 5th place. Lap 16 of 42. So how late are we going to do our pit stops? I mean, it was quite good that we passed that eagle at the start. Because that would have been extra advantage to us, because that eagle would have had to stop about 5 seconds more or less. That's Martin Gilmore. That's... It says 4th place. I think he was probably pitting from the lead. Right, how feisty do I feel? How feisty do I feel? I mean, I gave him a lot of space there because he was having a bit of a dive coming up there. Aha! I'm not going to waste time battling with someone. Right, I was 5th. 6th. I think I've dropped 2 places. I'm down to 6th place, I think. So, oh look, it's my friend. It's Ralph. And G. Pora, who didn't have to stop at all. Even though they're able to go the same pace. I won't whinge. Down to 7th, in fact. If we're able to grab a top 5 from this race, it would be an absolute miracle. Battling against Ralph again. Round 2. Come on, Ralph. Let's go for it. A BRM has to do a pit stop. We're up to 6th place now. I think I remember there's an added bus stop chicane on this back straight on the modern version. So I think I remember doing the first races that I did with Simracing Online, which I kind of referred to it as kind of coming out of retirement as such for online racing, because I'd had such a break from it. And it was a little bit of a baptism of fire. So what this is showing me is that I'm able to push him into little mistakes which make him do this. So I'm kind of pushing all this in my memory banks, thinking, okay. If I just push the issue a little, all I need to do is show my nose. But not do that, of course. So my first races back were in the 1960s F1 and F2 cars. With the spark and the eve. Oh! Touch of oversteer. And I remember Albie being one of the rounds. And I remember there'd been some blisteringly fast people in those races, but their racecraft was considerably lacking. Oh, Ralphie did it again. Pitting in front of him. So I know that I can compare to him. I'm gonna get out in front of him. Am I? Am I? Ah! Oh. I was a bit kind to him then. I was a bit kind. Considering I had the corner. But it was always a bit nerve-wracking when someone was going around the outside. You didn't really want to, chop across them. Or you didn't want to kind of do a block pass or anything like that. Because netcode might get involved. Here we go, round 3 of the battle with Ralph. It's 2-0 at the moment, isn't it? Basically. Well, the lap time is only 1:10, so he's having to go shallow at every single corner because I am bothering him. Can I push him into a mistake? We are up to lap 22. So we're past half distance. Can I outbrake him? Around the outside. No. Oh, that was a bit brutal. He didn't need to do that. Please don't let that be Ian Pollock. If it is, I'm... Fuck's sake. It is. Why don't you just go away, Ian? You've made a complete fool of yourself in this race. Thankfully, he's pitting. Ugh. So we've done both our pit stops by half distance. So we're now down to 8th. I mean, it was a bit brutal coming up here. I was up the inside and he just came across my nose. Let's see whether we can catch up again. So we know we can put him off. So whether or not we can kind of force them into a mistake. I suppose there's part of me that thinks that maybe because this is the last round, would there really be too many protests that go in? Or would it be like, oh, it's the last race of the season, screw it, you know? See, we're quite confident of braking into that corner. Oh. So, what I'm thinking is that obviously this track has lots of straights on it. So there is a possibility of getting under the what would be the rear exhaust pipe of the car in front, out of this corner here, getting a draft down this straight, and passing into this corner. I think if it was the last lap and you had to try and pass somebody and you didn't get past here, you might have a possibility of getting on the power early enough and drafting. But if someone defends to the inside, you may have the possibility to get round the outside and be on the inside for the final turn. You might be able to. But if they defend up the inside here, you're not going to get up the inside. And you won't be able to get them on exit because they'll park it on the apex. That's what my racing brain tells me. Lap 26 of 42. We're still 8th place. This is probably where we're going to stay. Not confident around here though, which is where you've got to be confident to get a run. Still can't beat a 112. Where are we braking? We're braking just at the Armco there. Just think how far up we would have been if we didn't have those accidents. We've got some traffic ahead. Is that traffic on the same lap? They are. It's a BRM again. Well, now I'm not close to him. It seems like he's not making as many mistakes as he did. But look how much I gain on the brakes there. So confident. Showing myself in his mirrors a bit. We know that he can sometimes be a bit flappable. He went a little wide there. I don't think this straight is long enough to get a run. But it's this section here that I think I find the hardest. To see where the transition of the one bank turn to the other. It needs to be closer than that. Coming onto the straight. And then be able to do him on the brakes. There's a BRM behind me. Who is it? Guess who it is? It's Mr. Ian Pollock. Slightly wide. Can I get a run? Better exit. There we go. We're going to beat him on the brakes. Right, what would you do in this position? There are two cars here. You are playing with fire if you're going to try and brake and go through the middle. And you are how close in the braking zone? You are this close in the braking zone with no room for error whatsoever. So you want to brake before I do. I might be locking up. I'm probably going to get the blame for this one. Because, oh no, the car in front, he locked up. That caused the accident. It's not that the care and attention of the car behind. He wouldn't even made the corner, I don't think. I'm sick of this guy. Absolutely freaking sick of him. That's 3 collisions in one race. He won the last round, I think. Didn't he? But absolutely atrocious. But it's many people that are so quick when they're on their own, but they panic as soon as anything is not absolutely perfect. He won Kyle Army. Okay. So it wasn't the last round. I think it was Martin Gilmore that won the last round. But if everything is not absolutely perfect, so if they're offline, they seem to kind of lose their mind about where the braking zone might be. Or if there is a car in front of them, they don't know where to brake. But if everything is spot on, they can hot lap to their heart's content and put in really fast lap times. But as soon as they have to pass someone, use some racecraft, judge car momentum, judge braking of the car in front, because you're deluding yourself if someone thinks that if they're directly behind another car, really close, you're deluding yourself thinking that if I brake where I normally brake, it's probably never going to be the place that the car in front brakes, so it's nearly always going to end in a collision. If you're that close to the car in front, your room for error is so tiny. That's why it's always best to pull out from the car behind, so that you've got that room to screw up. And plus, if your braking's better than them, then great. But I've seen it so many times. And I mean, that attitude kind of exists today, and I don't know why it's something that just doesn't compute. I don't know whether they practice with AI or just don't kind of get it. But it's the hot lappers mindset. Which is why I kind of fail to see the fascination of the pickup races and things like that, where you're racing with randoms. It just doesn't appeal. And I mean, I can understand some people's frustration with when other people are causing incidents and stuff. I see it in like the online chat channels of the R Factor 2 Discord and the Le Mans Ultimate Discord, of people that come back after their race and start hammering it away at their keyboard and say, "How dare you do this? How dare you do that?" I can understand the frustration. Because there are some that go into races which are so often, and you can always go to the next one, which in my opinion is sometimes a downside. So you'll go from a bad race to another race straight away, and you're probably just going to end having another bad time because you're so heated from the last one that you want to do extra special in this one. You've had no time to kind of sit down, reflect, maybe analyse what went wrong. I mean, that's why I have suggested that protests and things like that should always have a cool-off period post-race. Oh, no. He's going to block that inside line. Okay. Noted. Right, lap 34 of 42. Right. Oh, we're going in. We can beat him on the brakes. iRacing has a cool-off period, I think, 30 to 40, 60 minutes. It makes a lot of sense. Because you see it when they're streaming as well. When they analyse an incident, and you can see them typing up, bashing away at their keyboard, putting a protest in straight away. And you just like, no. Kind of think about it. Because it's probably even before you've seen the replay. So. Lap 35 of 42. Oh! His braking's a little different to mine. I'm going to go for another go. Right, which way is he going to cover? So we know from previous experience we can't get over the top of him. We've tried it. So how many times more are we going to try to do the same thing to bring the same result? So we know we've got to do something extra to somehow not make him cover that line. Now, I would need to get over the top of him. Oh, there was a bit of lag involved there. That was scary. I would need to lift off the brakes coming through that final corner. I don't know when this turns into blocking. I don't know when this turns into blocking, but... Right, lap 36.42. 6 laps to go. So he's going to have to give up that inside line at some point. Or the pass has got to happen somewhere else. So I think ranked races in some respects are a curse and a blessing. People get regular racing, great. Do they get quality races? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, something can be said from league races. It's, I don't know if it's the frequency that puts people off. I think in some respects, a lot of them like the anonymous nature of it. Well, not really anonymous. But with a league race, you know you're going to have to meet the same people in another week's race. For definite. So you're going to have to face the fact that what happened last week, suffer the repercussions of it. But of course, at the ranked races, you may see the same people next week. Ooh, he's just leaving not quite a car's width. But he outbraked himself. I can't see him. I can't see him. He's still there. He's still there. I can see him a little. We managed to get over the top of him. Question is, can we actually pull away? And that was all for 7th place. Now he's going to have to deal with Mr. Ian Pollock. But I mean, I had to do it somewhere else, didn't I? There was no way I could have done it down this main straight because I was always being blocked on that inside line and there was no other way around it. Go on, BRM, you try it. I was being maybe a touch aggressive there. Maybe a touch aggressive. I probably was clear. He definitely was in the blind spot. I definitely shut the door. That's what it kind of looked like. Not giving up this inside line though, dude. Why don't you just spin again, like you have done for the millionth time? Gained a place, lost a place. But if he doesn't get penalties to put him behind me, then... a bunch of utter bollocks, yeah. Lap 40 or 42. So obviously there's maybe me thinking there's no real guarantee that the penalty system is actually going to be in my favour. If I really want this 6th place, I'm going to have to pass this person that has been a thorn in my side for this entire race. What's the count up to? 3? 3 times? Now, out of those 3 incidents, how many of those are going to be called racing incidents by the moderators? Because I've seen his name come up quite a lot in the results screen with penalty points next to him. But I don't know whether there's like a maximum penalties limit. Because if he's getting penalties, we're going to have to have a look at the standings, of course. This is the penultimate lap. If he's getting penalties often, when does that turn into race bans? So there was the first occurrence where he was facing the wrong way and then span round and didn't hold the brake. The second occurrence was he had spun round again and tried to do a spin turn into traffic. And then the next one was being rear-ended. I think the rear-ending one might end up being a racing incident. Was he running out of fuel? There's no reason why I should have passed Mick Chapman that easily. So I'm back up to 7th place. Right, last lap. The last ever lap I did in UKGPL. Yeah. For sure, end of an era. The hand says it all. Yeah, it's over. It's kind of bittersweet, really. It's been very interesting going through all of these, seeing that I have made some improvements. I'm still annoyed at moderators. That hasn't stopped. Right, okay, last results. So Martin Gilmore gets the win. Sid Drake again is 2nd. Ken Murray is 3rd. Clive Loynes 4th. Lorenzo Galuzzi is 5th. and I get 6th. I wonder why I get 6th. Can you take any guesses why I might get 6th place? Ian Pollock, +5. What a numpty. So not only did he collide with Sid Drake on lap 1, turn 1, he collided with me on lap 1 at the hairpin. Ian loses it at the hairpin. Racing incident. Get fucked. Ian loses it at the hairpin, and Neil, Lorenzo, and Clive can't avoid colliding with you. That is bollocks. Absolute bollocks. Right, next incident. Ralph gets sideways and through the hairpin, and Ian can't avoid the Ferrari roadblock. This is clearly a racing incident. Ian lets Rick and Lorenzo by, but then pulls out in front of Neil, which results in another crash. According to the server replay, Ian could clearly see Neil, but given that he had just let 2 cars through, it's quite possible that Neil's Ferrari was not in view at the time. Bollocks. I saw him. Due to the 2 behind online limit. However, this could not be substantiated or used as in mitigation because no client replay was provided. I'm still... This is utter nonsense, this, though. Driver didn't hold brake, caused another incident. Oh, that's a racing incident. No, it isn't. It isn't. I mean, look, Martin Gilmore, his engine failed and he takes a shift R. However, he does not take a subsequent stop and go. He gets 15 seconds added. He still won. But, well, at least this one here, Ian taps Neil's back end under. But I thought that was the one that may get just classed as a racing incident, because those ones have normally gone that way, or I've got blamed for making a mistake for being slower or something. But a rear end shunt, 2 places lost. Notes. This time only, 1 driver failed to do a pit stop in the stalls. This is an improvement, but the guidelines will need to be revised for next season. On lap 7, Ian Pollock loses it at turn 1 and has to make a shift R. He then makes a 38-second pit stop as per the Masters rules. Masters rules? So he's not even a Division 1 driver. In fact, both Ian and James Greenwood did the same thing when they collided and had to shift R at Mexico. When racing in Division 1, apply the Division 1 rules, which is simply a stop and go for a shift R. Ralph Mayfield is running out of fuel on lap 42. He tours around for practically a full lap and runs out completely just as he comes to a stop in the pit lane. He performs a shift R and completes the final few yards to finish the race. This is a perfectly acceptable way to make a fuel stop as defined in the sporting regulations. The alternative approach, which is also acceptable, would be to take a shift R out on circuit followed by a stop and go. This may have been quicker in the case, but not as authentic, since it would have avoided touring a lap. So there you go. So it ended with, I suppose, controversy in some respects. Now, you remember I said that I was already a bit pissed by the fact that the Masters could come down and slum it in Division 1 and still affect the results. That race probably exemplifies my annoyance at that. So whether I was annoyed when I kind of learnt about those rules and as the season progressed, maybe, and the fact that a Masters driver collided with me 3 times when they are a Master driver just makes an absolute mockery of it. So looking at the results as well, why do you think I might be a little pissed off as well? Why do you think I might be a little narked at looking at that championship table? So I'll tell you. The reason why I might feel a little narked at that championship table is this driver here turned up for 5 races. 5 races out of 10. His drop scores are not in any of the scoring he's done. The drop scores are in the ones that he didn't turn up to. I, being there all season, had to drop 2 of my worst scores. But the fact that someone turned up for 5 races and just could come away with the championship, that was the closest, I think, probably. I think there was another season where I got really close to the championship, and that was a kind of a controversy with drop scores as well. But that is just kind of rubbed it in. I was just like, what? So if we look at the Masters division, so Ken Murray takes part in the Masters. Clive Loynes takes part in the Masters. Hrista Ichov was there for the first part of it. Lorenzo Galuzzi is one of the master drivers. Paul McCluskey is a master driver. Mick Chapman is a master driver. Gasper Lednick is a master driver. Martin Gilmore is a master driver. Kevin Williams is a master driver. So what are the rules for being in the Masters division then? It's not by ability. Was it by invitation? Because some of them I can expect, and why kind of Martin Gilmore suddenly... He did win a season. No, he actually got beaten, I think, by a Cooper driver, but I can't remember his name. But the rest of them, I have no idea. Really no idea. But all the battles I had with Ralph over the season, I had no penalty points for that entire season. I think it's probably my cleanest. And I still managed to get a first, second, and a third. I mean, there could have been some results that are better. But I don't understand. There was the rule. I don't know if it would actually say it here. Can I see it? Maybe it says it on the main page. Edge is divided in roughly 2 and are scheduled such that the jockey globes are able to compete in both Masters Cup and Division 1 races as well, so the rest can enter Division 2. So basically, Masters and Division 1 were literally one division. But it says quicker drivers are able to compete in there. Don't know what that means. So yeah, that kind of summed up maybe how I felt about the entire thing. But that was 2006. The last round was 3rd of September 2006. 3rd of September. So, well, it's 20 past midnight. I was actually there was some things I was going to go through because I wanted to show you what happened after that. Maybe I'll save that for next tomorrow's stream. because it'll give me plenty of time to start after lunch. Because I'll be able to show a bit more. But yeah, I can't believe it's did all that. That was it was a journey. Let's say it was a journey. It was interesting to see where I started to where I ended up. I saw the racecraft getting improved. I mean, the way I reacted to some of the races is probably very similar to how I might have reacted back then. I might have had more tolerance now than I do usually, or than I did back in the day. Gonna have nightmares about BRMs attacking you in the night. Yeah, yeah, indeed I am. Indeed I am. Right, so thanks for joining me for this. It's been a bit of a long one. I thought I had to go to race 12. I don't know why I thought I had 12 races in a season, but we did go out with a bang, literally going out with a bang, and I'm kind of so glad that I was able to at least have some consistent results near the end. Some good battles that kind of got interrupted with a BRM or two, but I always seem to be very close to Ralph Mafe. He seemed to be a very good competitor. He was a little kind of shaky when put under pressure, and I was able to exploit that. But I'll go through some of the stuff next tomorrow at 2, when I'll go through what happened next. What happened next is quite interesting. I'll have to... I'm sure it's on my website somewhere, but I will show you. We do a show and tell. That's what we'll do. So anyway, thank you for watching. I'm going to now go to bed, and I'll speak to you tomorrow. Bye.